Lib Dem. Some people voted Reform. Most people stayed at home. We need to rebuild trust in the Conservative family and rebuild trust in British politics. And I'm standing because rebuilding trust and building trust is something that intelligence officers do every day. And offering leadership is what this country so desperately needs. Because the truth is, just look at the challenges we're facing. Do you want me to tell you about a rising China? Do you want me to point to you the evil of Iran or the danger of Russia? Do you want me to highlight the fact that we haven't got serious economic growth in this country in 30 years, meaning that we're seeing GDP inflated by migration, but not individual
all
GDP
on your watch,
going up.
the government.
Not just us, under Labour before it as well. And you're absolutely right. These are problems we need to fix. And that's why we need to be absolutely committed to growing the economy, to changing the way that this country works, so that we're delivering for people. And that means investing in Britain, believing in Britain, and leading this country to a better future.
Well, why not do a deal with Nigel Farage? The Reform was second in 98 seats to Labour. They are the best option in those seats. Why not do some kind of deal with Reform?
Look, my job is to reform the Conservative Party, not to become Reform. My job is to make sure we are... My job is to champion our values, to champion the Conservative voices around the United Kingdom. But too much of the last few years, we've been a Westminster club. Let's be honest, and when I've been on your podcast in the years gone by, the conversation is about Westminster and all about Westminster. But conservatism isn't just about Westminster. For me, conservatism is about unionism. It's about the whole country. It's about Scotland, Wales, England and Northern Ireland, and all parts of the UK. What we need to do is we need to turn the party around. That's why when I talk about unity, I don't just mean unity of 121 MPs. If you can't do that, frankly, get off the stage. I mean uniting the Conservative family. Because just look at the powerful voices we have in this country. Just look at the amazing, amazing leaders we have across England who are championing our voices and our values in county and borough and district halls all over the place. Just look at the voices we've got in the Welsh Senate. Look at the voices we've got in the Scottish Parliament. Look at the voices who, when we bring them together, could be that orchestra of Conservative values, challenging this evil tide of socialism.
Not with Farage as a member of the party, as Rishi Sunak said last year ago, it's a broad church. He didn't rule it out.
Look, we are a broad church, but one of the principles of the party has got to be that you actually want it to succeed. He's told us he wants to destroy it.
Okay, Boris Johnson, all over the news this week, his book's out. Would he be a good member of your team in the Lords as a Foreign Secretary again?
Do you know what? I think Boris did some amazing things in office, and there's two things. Well, I've got the stage. I want to thank Boris publicly for two things that I am just immensely proud of as a Conservative and as a Brit. And the first is he stepped up when nobody else would, to stand with Ukraine. That's heroism. He didn't do it alone. Ben Wallace was absolutely with him, and the two of them, I think we should all be deeply proud of both of them. But the second thing Boris did that I'm really impressed with, in that chaos of those first few weeks of COVID, when many people were running around like headless chickens, not quite knowing which way to go and what to do, Boris got together a task force led by somebody from the private sector, putting them in charge of civil servants, and delivered the fastest vaccine rollout in the world. That is impressive.
So, would you allow him back in your government if you're your party, as a candidate in a by-election? I mean,
I've got to be honest, I'm not going to choose candidates for associations. It's something I think is deeply wrong. What I'm going to do is make sure you can choose your own candidates early.
And that includes Boris.
If Boris wants to stand and you want to select him, over to you.
Which Labour policy would you back?
Well, if they're honest about it, if they're actually honest about it, then some of the planning reform they're talking about is interesting. Now, let's be honest.
The Green Belt, is that the
No, this is where they're, I'm afraid, being dishonest, because they've spoken, on one hand, and this is where you hear Angela Rayner, I'm going to bulldoze your fields and I'm going to take over your land without talking to you. Okay, I believe that, actually. I believe that she's planning that. And then on the other hand, you have Keir going, oh no, we're going to have local consultations and we'll make sure we listen to people. Well, if he's going to do planning reform with consultation and actually empowering communities, I'm with you. If you're going to do it like Angela Rayner, I'm against you. Make a choice.
Okay. No enforcing. That goes to the next question is, how do you bring down the average age of the Tory voter? 64 in July's election. I mean, that means it's going to be an old people's party half the time. All the support is mainly based in pensioner-age people. Is it through the planning system that you can attract more young people?
Well, let's be absolutely clear. It's partly the way we talk about things, but it's also partly the policies we adopt. It's both tone and action. Yeah. And that's where the leadership that I'm offering is already, you can see it, is inspiring young people to come out and support me, and I'm very, very proud to have many of their support. And I'm very, very proud that many people have reached out, and in fact, I believe there was a poll by Savanta today saying I'm the person who's most likely to attract people back to voting Conservative if they're under, I think it was 35 was the age cut-off. Now look, this is really important, because this isn't actually about young versus old. That's how some people pitch it. I know you don't, Chris, but some people do. This is about bringing our country together, because, let's be honest, unionism isn't just about geography. It's not just about tying Edinburgh to London or making sure that Glasgow can work with Carlisle. It's about tying generations together, bringing this country together so that the energy and drive of the young is tied with the experience and assets of the old, and we actually get growth in this country. That's what makes us a country, that's what makes us a family, and that's why Conservative policies are the natural policies of this country.
Okay. How do you get the voice of these people heard more at the top level of the party? Do you want an elected chairman?
Well, this is really interesting. So I don't know how many of you have completed my survey who are in this room, but if you haven't, it's still live, and I would love to hear from you. We've already had several thousand, and I'm not going to tell you who it is, but 1 or 2 people from CCHQ have also completed it. So there's maybe a few inside gags there too. But look, I want to hear from you, but I want to make sure that we have all the voices of the Conservative Party represented inside the Conservative Party. So what do I want to see? I want to see the Chair of the National Convention, Julian, who many of you have recently elected, actually attending Shadow Cabinet so we can hear from him directly what members think. Now, we also need to make sure that we are conducting our own relations. I can see my chairman, Dennis, is in the front row, and he's a very good friend. I hope you're going to forgive me for doing this. But Dennis runs our Conservative Policy Forum in Tunbridge. And for me, it is incredibly important, because for me, it's the way I know that I'm in touch with the views of the people I represent. And as I say far too often, sorry, Dennis, but as I say far too often, I cannot represent you unless I know what you think. And so having that information, being in touch with the Conservative Policy Forum, making sure that the CPF has a direct link to shadow secretaries of state, that is essential to making sure our party listens to the members, draws from the members, draws the experience of members who are doctors and soldiers or business people or farmers or whatever they are, to make sure that we're getting that talent into the party.
On the Brexit referendum, you voted Remain. You voted Remain in the Brexit referendum. How will you defend that in the next election, when many think it could be an in-out, could be on the debate at the election next time?
Well, I don't need to defend it. It's in the past. Ever since the decision was taken, I have supported the democratic will of the British people, ever since it was taken. Well, let me be quite clear. The decision was in or out. We voted out. We're out. And that's why I rejected the single market. I rejected the customs union, because that wasn't the deal. The deal was clear. That's how the vote went. That's how I voted.
And you'll fight against any future getting closer to the EU with a deal on fish, or when the TCA is renegotiated?
Well, there's going to be huge changes, but I am never going to allow our sovereignty to be compromised against the will of the British people.
Just quickly about the so-called culture wars. What's your view on wokery? Are we too woke? Why do the left attack our history so much?
Look, one of the problems with the word woke is that it's allowed people to say, oh, you know, you're bracketing it, you're pushing it into a certain area. let's be clear. This isn't about woke or not woke. It's about being true or not true. It is not true to say that the United Kingdom is evil. It is not true to say that all our history is bad. It is not true to say that this is an evil country. Those are not true statements. I will always stand up for what is true. What is true is, I know, and I'm pretty sure you know, what a woman is.
What is one, Tom?
Do you need me to define it? If you want me to tell you that my daughter one day will grow up to be an adult human female like my wife, I very much hope that that is the only definition that we will need. But we need to be absolutely clear that when we stand for the truth, we also stand for tolerance. We also stand for liberty. We also stand for personal freedom. Because I am deeply proud of one other thing that a Conservative leader has done in recent years. I'm really proud of equal marriage. I'm really... And let me be clear, for those of you who don't know, I'm a practicing Roman Catholic. My religion defines me, it demands things of me. It doesn't demand anything at all of you. You're free to do whatever you want. But the same equality, the same freedom I ask for my own beliefs, I must give to yours. And I must respect them too. Okay.
We're nearly out of time on my questions, so I'll do some quick ones. Yes or no. ECHR withdrawal, are you in favour?
Opt out of the bits you can, reform the bits that aren't working, and if that doesn't work, be prepared to leave, yes.
Will you restore the winter fuel payment?
I would make sure that pensioners have dignity in old age. At the moment, I would never scrap it, but we need to make sure that in 4 years' time we're ready to treat pensioners with the dignity they deserve.
What does that mean? You restore it, you don't know?
I'm not going to be writing a budget for 4 years' time, I'm really sorry.
You sound like all the rest of them now, Tom.
Well, it's honest. If you want me to give you a glib answer and be dishonest with you, that's not what our members expect. Our members expect, quite rightly, the honesty of knowing that they can trust what I say. I'm going to offer you the leadership that is honest, and the honest leadership is I can't write a budget today for 4 years' time.
Would you scrap Labour's ban on new grammar schools?
Yes.
Would you abolish the top rate of income tax?
Again, I'm not going to be writing budgets.
And your view on the BBC, is the licence fee safe if you become leader?
Look, I'm really proud of one bit of the BBC and I'm really worried by another bit. What the BBC does globally is incredibly important for promoting human liberty and dignity. That I'm really proud of. What we're seeing sometimes on our own channels is quite concerning.
Okay. And just finally, are you a Yimby, Nimby or banana? Do you know what a banana is?
I don't know what a banana is.
Bananas build absolutely nothing anywhere near anything.
Well, that sounds disgusting and yellow. It must be a Lib Dem.
Which are you?
Look, I'm a believer that you've got to build the right things in the right places and you've got to bring people with you.
So, Yimby. Boris Johnson or David Cameron?
Oh, both, but they're very, very different people.
Boring.
Oh,
yes
come
or
on.
no?
Boris for a night out, let's be honest.
Okay. Starmer or Blair?
Oh, God, neither. Dear God. Can you imagine having them both there, being preached at by one, being patronised by the other? God, it'd be torture.
Which Tory politician would make a great Bond villain?
actually, Boris would.
And just finally, one for me. Will you recommission a new Royal Yacht Britannia?
Oh, I love the idea. Okay. I absolutely love the idea.
Now, listen, we're out of time with my questions. Thank you, Tom Tugendhat, for that. So we've got 18 questions, 30 minutes, let's go. John from Bromsgrove. If you're here, John, do shout out. As leader of the opposition, what would be your top 5 priorities and goals, briefly?
Right. First priority, reform CCHQ and make it a battle-winning fighting machine again. Second, make sure we are ready for that next general election by organising ourselves on Conservative principles with members first. Third, you ready?
Yes.
Choose candidates early, like now. Four, you know what's coming, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Stop spamming members.
Okay.
And 5, our manifesto will be a Conservative manifesto. It will be an honest manifesto that reorganises the economy to make sure it's delivering liberty and opportunity for all our people. That's what my focus will be.
Okay. Daniel from Barnet asks, how do you differentiate yourself from other candidates? Why are you better? I mean, you mentioned your military service, but elsewhere, away from that.
Look, I've got a long record of delivery, and frankly, I'm not a believer. There's 2 great mayors who've demonstrated this, Ben Houghton and Andy Street, have demonstrated it's not ideology, it's delivery that people want. And as Conservatives, we are practical politicians. We're the people who get up in the morning and do things. And the way we do it is by just getting on with it, by just delivering. I deliver. I've delivered the National Security Act. I've delivered more arrests of foreign spies in our country. I've delivered security to our country, and I've delivered it on operations overseas, and I've stood up to dictators at home.
Yeah, okay. Katie from Sefton in Merseyside, regardless of who is selected as your party's leader, can these people have your assurance you'll get behind the new leader and you'll be working with them if you're selected?
Yes, no question about it.
Labour's first budget is going to be enormous on October the 30th. If you were leader, how would you respond to it?
So the first thing, and forgive me for doing this public, I would like to respond to it. This is going to be one of the most consequential budgets in our lifetime. This is going to be a budget that takes us back to the 1970s, not forward to the future. This is a budget that is going to destroy growth, destroy opportunity, and destroy hope for people. And don't just take my word for it. Look at what's happening right now. Go and talk to Wren Kitchens in Hull and ask them how many orders they've had in the last 3 months since Rachel Reeves warned them that it's all doom and gloom in October. Go and talk to people in the city and ask them how much business they're doing. Go and talk to financial advisors and accountants. They are all selling everything, cashing in everything, and moving everything abroad. This government is already destroying the economy. It is already doing damage to this country, and they've barely even started.
I mean, they blame you for this, don't they? They say there's a £20 billion black hole. They're taking measures, withdrawing benefits on all people, to deal with the problems you created.
Well, look, don't take my word for it. Rachel Reeves herself told us in June in the Financial Times, I know we all read it daily for its, particularly for the racing columns, she told us herself that there were no secrets, that there were no hidden columns, no hidden books. It's all public. It's all in the OBR. You know it's all there. So you can't claim there's a black hole. That's literally what she said. But now she sees more black holes than Mr. Spock.
Okay, just to be quite clear, if you become the leader or the final 2 next week, will you go and see the party chairman and demand to have this contest end before the October 30th budget?
Look, I've already made my views plain in private. I made them public on Liam, I don't know whether Liam Halligan's here, but on Planet Normal about a week ago. And if you don't know where I stand, conference, please tell me now.
Okay. VAT on private schools from Rhoda from Congleton. She asked, imposing VAT on private education is the most unconservative thing to do. Would you, if you leader the next government, abolish it?
Yes. Let's just be quite clear about this. This isn't just a bad policy. It's a vindictive and nasty policy. First of all, they're not waiting for the beginning of the school year to give parents and kids the chance to change if they need to. That's just plain mean. Secondly, they're not just making those who send their kids to private school pay, they're making everybody pay. Because whether you're going to have to pay the 20% extra, actually it's business rate, so it's more like 35, maybe even 40% extra, whether you're going to have to pay that, or whether you're just going to have larger class sizes, either way, Labour is making you pay. Now, here's the other thing. The truth is, this will make us a complete outlier. There is only one other country that charges any tax at all on education, and that's New Zealand, and they charge the same small rate of VAT on everything, including food. And if you think it's going to stop here, do we really think, do we honestly think that they're going to stop at education? Do we not think they're going to put VAT on medical care, on care homes? Do we not think that they're actually going to extend it wider and harsher? I think they are.
You went to a private school, I think St Paul's. I mean, do you understand what others watching you will think you're pretty well off, pretty posh? Do you understand what they're going through? Does that hold you back in any sense?
Of course I do. And the reason I do is because I learnt about my country not from school, but from serving in combat in Iraq and Afghanistan. I lived with men and women, quite literally lived with them, in conditions that gave a certain feeling of intimacy. Well, when you're with Royal Marines, that's kind of what happens. Sorry, that's an in-forces joke. The reality is you learn about your country by listening. And as a leader, I will always listen, because you can only serve people you understand. You can only serve if you listen. You can only serve if you understand what our community truly needs. And I was lucky enough to serve alongside some remarkable men and women. One of them, in fact, came from a very difficult background. His grandfather had put him in care when he was 2 or 3 years old. He'd been in care until he was 16 and a half. He was saved effectively by the Royal Marines and ended up having a fantastic career, ended up as a regimental sergeant major, and has now made himself quite a lot of money. Actually, he's done very well in private business, and congratulations and well done to him. Another guy I came from also came from a slightly different broken home. I mean, his start in life wasn't always easy. Certainly it was difficult, particularly when his parents divorced, but his grandmother took a large interest in him, and she was the queen, so she was able to care for him in a very active way. And I served with people from all different backgrounds. But what I learned from all of them was what their families are like, what their homes are like, what their communities are like. And that's what matters, isn't it? Because it's not about us, it's not about ideology. It's about our country, our people, our communities, our friends, and let's be honest, mostly our families. That's the building block of our life, that's the building block of our Conservative family, and that's the building block of our nation. And that's what I'm here to champion. And my leadership will start with our family, our Conservative family, and most of all with my family and my 2 kids.
Just going back to planning, NIMBYism. William from Edinburgh says we need more housing. The main road,
right.
He is right. The main roadblock is NIMBYs. But your party relies heavily on votes from the demographic of people who maybe don't want building near them. How do you take them on? I mean, are you willing to take on NIMBYs in your own ranks, in your own party?
So you see, I don't accept that, actually. I don't accept that at all. The problem with the word NIMBY is it suggests something's negative. What's actually happening is, at the moment, the way planning works, is we're asking somebody to devalue their principal asset in order to benefit somebody else, and offering no compensation, no support, nothing to go with it. How's that fair? That's not fair. What we need to do is we need to change the planning system so that what we're doing is we're rewarding people for the efforts they're making, for the communities they're taking.
But Section 106 exists, so you can be forced to build a village hall or a roundabout.
There is the leader of Tunbridge and Malling Borough Council standing just over there, Matt Borton, the greatest council leader. Sorry, I shouldn't say this, but he's also my very dear friend. You asked your councillors about Section 106s, right? The money comes late, it never goes into the right thing, it just doesn't work. We need to reform this, because the truth is, actually, our people are very, very, very supportive of housing when it's delivering housing for their kids and their families, when it's delivering the kind of homes that people can live in and not the kind of homes that are designed for foreign investment. They like it when what you're getting is you're getting not just a house, but a community. They support it when what you're getting is the investment that goes along with it, the roads, the buses, the clinics, the schools. That's when people support housing. What they don't like is the piecemeal profiteering that you get too often. What we need to do is change planning, so that you get housing and you get the kind of houses that people need to start their lives. Now, I can tell you where this is done well. It's been done really well on King's Hill, where you see a density, sorry Helen, it used to be in my patch, it's now in yours, where you see a density of housing that is not only beautiful, but because it's dense housing, actually has goods and services within the local community and it can afford it. That is really good planning. That's what we need to see around the country.
On net zero, Ben from London says there's a growing scepticism about climate orthodoxy, that slowing and abandoning net zeros might be a vote winner. I mean, do you agree with this? Where are you on this target that your government set?
So what I find interesting about this is when people hear net zero, too many people forget the word net, and they just hear the word zero. And that's what Miliband is doing. I mean, if you can tell me any of the policies that Ed Miliband has got at the moment that are not going to destroy Britain, I'd be delighted to hear them. Every single project he's got is designed to make electricity and power more expensive, harder to get, and to make us more vulnerable to foreign dictators.
They cut bills, don't they?
It's complete rubbish. I mean, GB Energy, his project on GB Energy is utter rubbish. He's creating a public sector entity to compete against the private sector and to therefore make bills more expensive. It's completely insane. But then again, it is Miliband, so who thought?
Are we in a climate emergency? Do you accept that term?
I don't accept that term. What I think is that we need to make sure that we are getting energy independence and energy sovereignty back. And energy security is really important to this country. And that's why I'm really supportive of some of the work that I've just seen up on the old Redcar steel works, where Ben Houchen is looking to introduce a new net zero gas turbine. Now, that's the sort of technology we need to be bringing in. You bring in the carbon gas from the North Sea, you pump back the carbon into the North Sea underground. That sort of carbon capture and storage that you see off the coast of Banff and Buchan, off the coast of Aberdeen, that's really impressive technology.
But the 2050 target, you're happy with that? There's never been a vote in Parliament about it. There's never been a referendum, obviously, about it. I mean, there's no actual democratic wrapper around that number. And it's driving all of policy in government, or a lot of policy. What
that policy needs to drive is a global change. And I see absolutely no justification for Miliband's policies of closing down businesses in the United Kingdom, only to ship those jobs to China, where they're made with coal-powered fire stations anyway. Yeah. It's complete rubbish. And let me just add one thing. I'm sure many of you have been following the news about Tata Steel. Well, today they stopped production. This isn't just an energy problem, and it's not just a jobs in Wales problem. This is a security problem. They were making virgin steel, and if you want to make tanks and warships, if you want to make the kind of weaponry that we need to keep ourselves safe, to protect our allies in Ukraine, and to make sure we are defended against hostile enemies, then we need to make virgin steel in our country. This is a sovereign capability.
So you would keep it open if you were in charge now?
Well, what we're now seeing is Labour have left us exposed to buying virgin steel off who? China.
What would you do? Would you keep Port Talbot open?
We need to make sure that we have that capability here. Now, there are different solutions. There are various different options that we need to look at. But when you look at the forge masters in Sheffield and the way that they have developed technology and the way they're making steel, you know that we need to keep that production at home.
Parvez from Bedford, he asks, every election he can remember has been won from the centre ground. What will you do to ensure that if you fight the next election from the centre and make this a one-term Labour government?
Well, look, he's absolutely right that what we've got to do is we've got to win votes back off everyone, everywhere. Yes, of course, we've got to win votes back off Reform, but we've also got to win votes back off the Liberal Democrats. We've also got to win those few who went Labour and, sadly, in Waveney, far too many, and in Shropshire, who went Green. We need to make sure that we are winning people back. Most of all, actually, of course, winning people back who stayed home. Yes. And to do that, we need to be talking to the whole country. That's why we can talk about our special interest subjects, if you like, but what really drives the conversations, what's actually going to get us heard not just with ourselves, but with our friends and our families who didn't vote Conservative last time. It's by talking about education and healthcare. It's by talking about economics and talking about the opportunities that Labour is stealing off our children in order to pay to their union paymasters.
Okay. What will you do to empower local party associations and council groups? Have you mentioned putting the National Convention person in the shadow cabinet? What else?
Well, look, empowering my own association is nothing I've ever been responsible for doing, on the grounds that I see my president and my chairman in the front row, and they're very much in charge of our association. And I know that associations around the country have very different relationships with each other. What we need to do is make a system that actually empowers our whole community, because this family, this Conservative family, is at its absolute best when we're drawing off the talents and skills and strengths of all our members. So the first thing I'll do is make sure that you can select your candidate as early as possible, and so you will not have candidates imposed under me.
Chris from Truro and Falmouth, he says that our candidates who share their views on how to deal with the Reform Party. Do you favour collaboration, or how would you bring back disaffected members from Reform? I suppose it's a different way of talking.
Well, look, my view is we've got to be Conservatives again. The truth is, if we want to fight over 20% of the vote, we'll end up getting a share of 20% of the vote. Yeah. That's not how we win. We win by getting 40% of the vote. We win by talking to the British people. We win by being Conservative. And let me be quite clear what that means. That means championing freedom. That means championing business. That means being incredibly supportive of families who are making the effort. I want to see families recognised in the tax code. I want to see opportunity encouraged. I want to see growth back in this country. That's how we win the next election.
You mentioned families and tax codes. Is that transferable tax allowance between married couples?
Well, there's various. I think it needs to be a bit more than that, actually. I think the reality is we need to recognise that families are the building block of our society. And as Conservatives, we should be deeply proud of that, because our job is to support families, not to define them. Yep. It's not our job to tell you who to love. It's not my business who you decide to make your life with. It's my job to make sure that that unit, that stable unit, is supported in our society, because that's the building block. In the tax system.
Okay. Jane from Stratford-upon-Avon says, "Dear Fantastic Four." She calls you the Fantastic Four.
That's very supportive.
Is it time to think the unthinkable, says Jane, and bring in female-only shortlist for some seats, because only a quarter of your MPs now are women?
So let me be clear. The last election, the worst thing that happened in that election was the reduction in women representing us on the green benches, because that took us backwards. That was the wrong direction. What we need to say very clearly is that we want more women to stand. Now, the CWO and Women for Win do fantastic work in encouraging people to stand, but my job as your leader is to restore trust in people to come forward. And that means my job is also the recruiting sergeant into public life. So if I drop a shilling in your beer, or your white wine rosé, I'm asking you to stand. Because what we really need to see is we need to see more women standing, not just for Westminster, but for councils, for county, and of course for Senate.
Shortlist, like
no, I won't. I won't, and I tell you why. I tell you why I won't do shortlists. Because somebody like Kemi is a fantastic, important and respected colleague of mine, and I will not diminish or belittle her by making it look as though she got there under any other reason than under her own merits.
Clive from Harrow wants to ask about morality issues. What principles undergird your thinking on moral issues? He lists free speech, religious freedom, assisted suicide, which maybe came up before Christmas, abortion. So that's the last two first, the easy ones.
So the easy ones. Look, I've already said I'm a Roman Catholic. That's me. And it determines a lot of how I think about life. Of course it does. But it defines how I must live my life, not how you must live yours. So I am always open to listening to debates about moral arguments. from the perspective of the government as opposed to from the perspective of me as an individual. Because we need to make sure what we're enabling in our country is, to use his other words, freedom. We need to be championing freedom. It is quite literally the building block of our society. If we don't have that, we have nothing. But my job is also to make sure that we support the most vulnerable. And that's why I am deeply, deeply, deeply uncomfortable with this assisted dying. I have seen too many reports, including from countries with jurisdictions that I respect very greatly, like Canada, where I've seen reports through military friends about somebody with PTSD who, instead of getting access to the care that he required, was being suggested that actually care was never going to be available and would never help, and that actually he should choose an easier, and I quote, cheaper alternative. That is wrong, and I will never support it.
So you'll vote against if it's a vote before the end of...
Look, I never say never because I need to read the bill, but I think it's immensely unlikely that I could support it.
And abortion laws, you'll leave as they are?
Indeed.
Okay. Just briefly on Brexit, Gordon from London says that all 4 of you candidates voted for Theresa May's disastrous deal, in his words. Why should members who voted for Brexit believe you'll pursue and defend our sovereignty?
We had a choice at that moment as to how to get through the turmoil and the hurdles that we were getting to. That was the first step. My job is always to deliver on the will of the British people, and the will was to leave. That was the first step. Boris got a better deal. We moved on. I support that deal. I voted for any deal that has come before us that would see Brexit happen, and I will always support the democratic will of the British people.
You voted for a deal which didn't actually support sovereignty.
Well, it was the first step.
That's what you're saying.
It was the first step.
You regret voting for Theresa May's deal?
I think it was the first step.
You don't regret it?
I think it was the first step.
Okay.
We can go around this boy again,
yes,
if you like.
you can decide what you may make of that audience. Now, Peter Misha and Walton says, what should the Tory position be on the current war in the Middle East between Israel and the terrorist organisations of Hamas and Hezbollah, and how would you expose Labour's position on that? But what should your position be on that, first of all?
So I had the great good fortune. I started off, for those of you who don't know, I started off as a journalist in Beirut in 97 to 99. And just forget Israel for a second. Just forget about Israel. Lebanese Hezbollah has murdered more Lebanese people than almost any other organisation in Lebanon's history. It is a tyrannical, vile, dictatorial group that is not only engaged in attacking democratic allies of ours like Israel, but is also engaged in child trafficking and drug dealing. In fact, it's one of the world's biggest drug dealing networks, smuggling captagon on behalf of the Syrian regime around the region. It is a horrific organisation, and it is the proxy of the Iranian state. The Iranian regime is utterly, utterly vile, and they are using Lebanese Hezbollah to profit, not just in military terms, but also financially. If you think that we should be equivocal between a democratic state and the group that I've just described, you're wrong. We should never, ever, ever be neutral in the face of evil.
So Israel's response since October 7th last year has been proportionate throughout?
Look, I'm not going to go through the ins and outs of it because, as a soldier, I can tell you that decisions that are taken need to be looked at very carefully, but are not always reported. I'm sorry, Chris, but they're not always reported exactly. Not to misreporting, but they're sometimes difficult to understand or difficult to explain. So I'm not going to second-guess everything. But what I will say is that if somebody ever took 200 Brits hostage or fired missiles at the United Kingdom, I would not rest until that organisation was destroyed. Okay.
Now, William from Scotland asked about the war in Ukraine. You may be surprised by the question, but he says he understands the need to deter aggression from bad actors on the world stage, but he's concerned about the war in Ukraine and the costs that we're investing in it and whether it's worth it. Where are you on the war in Ukraine?
There is an illusion sometimes that you can opt out. There's a pretense that you can let the world pass you by, that you can choose not to stand up to the dictator today because, don't worry, he'll eat somebody else. Well, I'm sorry, that's just wrong. That is absolutely wrong. Let me be clear why I support Ukraine. I don't particularly support Ukraine. I support Britain. I put Britain first. I will always put Britain first. My job for the last 25 years has been, either with my life or my voice, to defend this country. And I will always defend this country. But to do it, I need to understand what makes us strong. And do you know what makes us strong? What makes us strong is the ability to stand alongside partners, the ability to stand with allies, the ability to push our borders further out so that we have strength and depth, we have strategic reach, and that ability to extend our decision time. Now, for us, NATO is the core of that. That's the absolute heart of that. But it's not alone. And what Ukraine is doing in standing up to Putin's Russia is absolutely inspirational. I am proud to stand with Ukraine, and I will always stand with Ukraine. And I don't know if you've heard, but a general went to see Putin the other day. We got this. I can't tell you how. A general went to see Putin the other day and said to him, you know, the war, it's not going so well. And he said, Putin said, well, what's going on? He said, well, we've lost 100,000 men. We've lost 6 divisions. We've lost several hundred tanks, several hundred airplanes. We've lost thousands of artillery pieces. And he says, and NATO? Well, they haven't arrived yet.
Okay. I mean, just briefly on that, I mean, would you sanction the use of Storm Shadow missiles in Russia against Russians? That's the question at the moment the government's facing.
I find this a very odd question. If you are firing missiles at a hospital in Kramatorsk or Kiev, should the Ukrainians not have the ability to respond to where that missile is being fired from?
So launching into Russia? Launching into Russia?
Sorry, we have been for years.
Yes. Okay.
Our ammunition has been used for years. This is Putin again, pretending to make a red line when none exists.
Briefly, Chloe from Brentworth on China. The current government calls China a threat. What would be your policy on China if you become the PM? And how would you deal with the infiltration and penetration of the Chinese Communist Party in our country?
So I have already been taking action against China. I called out China years ago when it was still being considered an ally. I was clear that we should never have Huawei in our electronic systems. I'm afraid it's one of the things I had to rebel on, but I'm still proud that I did. And I am absolutely clear that what we really need to do is we need to stand up for our values around the world. China is a threat. The actions they're taking, the decisions they're making are undermining our security every single day. And we need to be clear that we stand up for ourselves. It's about defending British jobs, defending opportunity, and keeping Britain safe.
Okay, good. And just 2 quick questions from these your members. Jay from Sutton says that you're out of Downing Street, but would you join him in Downing Pints? He says, to create a fairer tax on pubs, would you compete with Jay on your Downing abilities?
I'm afraid I quit drinking when I became Security Minister. I felt it probably was best not to get that phone call at 3 in the morning when you're a bit tipsy. But I'll certainly join you for a pint afterwards.
And S. Mitchell from London wants to test your practical skills. Can you mow in a straight line?
I can not only do that, I can change a nappy while doing an interview on Radio 4.
Well, there we are. Tom Tugendhat, thank you. Thank you. Okay, everybody, our next contender. Please have a seat. Our next contender to be Tory leader. Are you all ready for her? Okay, please leave quickly. There's more space at the front. Okay, our next contender. You know who she is, don't you? Kemi Badenoch. You're here. Hello, Kemi.
Hello.
How's it going?
It's going well.
Okay. We'll come to what you're thinking in a minute. Why do you want to be Tory leader?
I want to be leader of our party because it means something very special to me, and I don't want to see it die. I think the result we had at the last election shows that we are at an existential point. There is a party to the right that is challenging us. People across the political spectrum don't know what we stand for. I think that I can help sell conservatism again, confident conservatism. I am somebody who gets cut through. I am somebody who communicates our values, and I always start from first principles. I can do it, and that's why I want to be Tory leader.
Okay. What was the moment when you decided you could be Conservative leader?
It was after I actually stood in 2022, and I did much better than everybody expected. Quite often, people stand for leadership for different reasons. In 2022, I was very frustrated that the party was going in the wrong direction. I thought we were talking right and governing left. And what I thought would happen is I'll stand for leader so I can give a speech, talk about what's wrong, and then one of the other camps will grab me as soon as I go out. And then I didn't go out. I kept staying on and on in different rounds. I didn't get grabbed in the end to be part of someone's team. But I got the message out. And I thought, well, if I can come forth and beat former chancellors, former home secretaries, I could probably win this contest. But I need to make sure that I'm doing it from first principles. And given everything that's happened over the last 5 years, I think we all know that it is time for renewal.
And your qualities, we've heard from Tom Tugendhat, his military history. He doesn't like to talk about it, but he does talk about it quite a bit. What qualities have you got to make you a good leader?
What qualities that I have that make me a good leader rather than just a great person? Okay. I would start off with honesty. A lot of people are not used to a politician who says it like it is. And that is what we need to do now in this age where everybody has a short attention span. You need people who can cut through very quickly and communicate our values clearly. I think I can do that. But I also work very well with teams. I'm not a loner. There's a reason why my campaign is called Renewal 2030 and not Kemi for Leader. I think for too long we have relied on one person's personality. Oh, this person can win. Let's go with the winner. And we've forgotten about everybody else. We are a party with a great tradition. Labour has the unions. They have BBC. They have charities. All we have is each other. So the campaign is called Renewal. That is the mission. And all of the people who worked with me, all the ministers who worked in the departments that I ran are supporting me. I get on well, I can build a great team, I start from first principles, I can cut through. Thank you.
And what do your family make of this? Are they ready? It does lift you into a different level in terms of scrutiny.
Yes, it depends on which family member. So my husband thinks this is fantastic. My mother does not understand why I am doing this. And then there are views across that spectrum. But it's very difficult for family because they see you portrayed as something very different from the person that they know. And it's the same for friends as well. And, you know, I have friends of mine calling saying, why are people saying this about you? This is not what you are like. And I tell them that this is what politics is about. Being a politician often means people writing your story for you. They write a narrative for you, and for those who are closest to you, they find it quite confusing. But it's very important that we make sure that we tell our own stories. As Conservatives, we've allowed too many people to tell us who we are. We've allowed too many people to portray us as the bad guys. Labour are in, everybody can see that they're the bad guys, we're the good guys.
And what's your version of conservatism? You're centrist, to the right of the party?
I think I have a conservatism that spans quite wide. I start with principles rather than trying to draw a line somewhere.
Yeah.
So personal responsibility, family, freedom, freedom of speech, free markets, freedom of association. They're things that we've stopped talking about. That's what my conservatism is. Some people define left or right based on Brexit for the last sort of 5, 10 years now, or 8 years. It's where you've been on the European spectrum that defines whether you're left or right, rather than the economy. I think we need to start from first principles. We need to have a proper debate in our party about how we deal with the coming decades. The world of the 1980s, or even the early 2000s, is gone. We are living in a very different world, and we need to adapt and renew, as we have always done, for this new age.
So why are you going to redefine what being a Tory is? That might worry some members.
Well, I don't think anybody here is against personal responsibility or family. It's not about redefining, it is about restating. We stop talking about principles and just talk about policy. Policy without principles does not attract people. There is not, we've got, thank you. Our values are what attract people to us as a party. I am not redefining conservatism. I am bringing back authentic, confident conservatism. That is how we win.
What did you mean when you told me on my podcast that you became working class at McDonald's?
Oh, well, I worked at McDonald's when I was 16, but it wasn't working at McDonald's that made me working class. It was an example of how I had become working class. I wasn't working there as a weekend job or part-time. That was my job. I was going to college part-time. I went to an FE college. And I had left Nigeria, where I'd had a middle-class life, driven to school every day. And the first time I ever went on a bus was in this country. But I couldn't even afford bus money most of the time. I had to walk everywhere. Sometimes I was hungry. I was on my own. I had a place to live, but I had to do everything myself at a very young age. If that is not working class, I don't know what working class is. The working classes are the people who have to work for a living. Otherwise, they will be in trouble. They are people who don't necessarily have big savings or a family that can look after them. We need to stop trying to define ourselves. This is why I say I don't like identity politics. Oh, what's this person? Let's give them a label. Are they middle class? Are they working class? Are they this? Are they that? We keep each other in boxes, try and define everyone, and we stop listening to what they're saying. Let's listen to what everybody says. That's how we're going to get a proper debate, especially in this contest.
And how will it feel to be the first black leader of a main party in this country?
I don't know. I haven't done it before. I'm sure it'll be interesting, but I am somebody who wants the colour of our skin to be no more significant than the colour of our hair or the colour of our eyes.
Okay. You mentioned you're straight talking. Is that a problem? I mean, let's talk about maternity pay briefly.
Okay.
Briefly. In the past 24 hours, you've had to issue a tweet, a video, an interview with Sky News to explain what you meant on Times Radio. That's a busy day, isn't it? When you weren't meant to talk about maternity pay hours after that interview on Times Radio. And all the critics are going to be hearing is you're a Tory who wants to cut maternity pay. Are you?
No, I think maternity pay is quite important. And this was actually a long discussion we were having about the role of the state in deciding what businesses should do. But let's take a step back. Who remembers the phrase, "there is no such thing as society"? Yeah, everybody remembers. Mrs. Thatcher gave an interview to Woman's Own magazine where she was asked the question, and she said there's no such thing as a society. She was talking about people wanting government hands out, that they're only individual people and families. And that very good explanation got cut down into a soundbite that was used to attack her. When you are a leader, when you are a conservative, when you are making the argument for conservative principles, your opponents are going to try and turn it into something else. We need to decide who's going to be leader of the party, not the left, not the Guardian, not the BBC, just conservatives.
I mean, you did say it's excessive. You said maternity pay varies depending on who you work for, and you said it's excessive.
I was answering a different question. I was interrupted as I was answering a different question.
Right.
And I don't actually think Kate McCann was trying to catch me out. I was trying to explain that when we start talking about micro-policy, we forget the first principles. Businesses, and I'll use an example. There's a cafe in my constituency that closed down. And the lady who owned it said, I can't afford to pay the wages anymore. I can't afford minimum wage. I can't afford for my staff to go on maternity. We are overburdening businesses. We are overburdening them with regulation, with tax. People aren't starting businesses anymore because they're too scared. The point I'm making is that if we lighten the burden on business, they will be able to help solve these problems, rather than what Kate was asking me, should the government increase it, should the government do this or that? There is too much government already. Things aren't getting any better. Maybe we should try something else.
And people say you're quite blunt speaking privately, you know, you're brittle, can be a bit loose-tempered, you're temper easily. Is that unfair characterization of you?
Can you give me an example of when that's ever happened?
It's just people telling me stuff. I mean...
Yes. Of course people will tell you stuff. People who don't want me to win the leadership are telling you these things. Okay. This is politics.
Is there a Stop Kemi campaign? You've gone towards that in some of the interviews, haven't you?
There's always a Stop Someone campaign. There will be a Stop Tom campaign, there will be a Stop James campaign, there will be a Stop Rob campaign, and of course there will be a Stop Kemi campaign. But as you can see, they are not stopping me. Yes.
Looking back on your record in the election in July, why do you think your government lost?
We lost for a whole host of reasons. There's a general fatigue that comes with being in government for a long time, and some people will just want change. There's nothing we could have done about that. But we made it worse. We could have lost and just lost, but we lost in a historic defeat. There are so many MPs or former MPs now that I'm seeing at conference, and I keep thinking to myself, I can't believe these people aren't here. And we have to make sure that this doesn't happen again. When we knocked on doors, we kept hearing all sorts of different things. Some people saying, you're too left-wing. Other people saying, you're too right-wing. Some saying, you're too centrist. We were all over the place in terms of what we were doing. People didn't understand what we stood for. On top of that, we looked like we were squabbling amongst ourselves constantly. Nobody's going to vote for that. And that is why people voted whatever they could to kick us out. They voted Green, they voted Reform, they voted Lib Dem. We have a Labour government now that nobody really likes. They're making a whole hash of things. We need to renew ourselves, pick ourselves off the ground, and start doing what this country wants, which is being real conservatives.
How will your party restore the trust that it lost in that? Just by being real true to what you believe in?
We will need to do several things to get the trust back. We need to acknowledge where we made mistakes. There's no point just waiting for everybody to get sick and tired of Labour or saying, I told you so. We need to move on from where we left things by saying what we got wrong. If I'm elected leader, we will have a very rapid review process where members and MPs can feed in, and we talk about what we got wrong, and we should acknowledge that to the public. But we also need to start speaking with more clarity and with more honesty. Quite often, when you see a politician on TV, there's just so much, waffle. Everybody's trying to, and I understand why lots of people speak in what I call officialese. And they speak in officialese because they're worried about the gotcha moment. They're worried about, what we had yesterday where people said, oh, did you mean this? Did you mean that? And so they just say safe, bland words, but there is a cost to that, and that is that people stop listening to you. We need to make sure that we get listened to, and that means speaking with clarity and picking a leader who's going to be able to cut through and grab the attention of the public, especially as they're becoming more disillusioned with politics.
On migration, you supported a party on your manifesto to get it down in 2017, 2019, 2024 when you were a candidate. Is it time for an apology?
I think so. I think so. And I wrote an article in the Telegraph at the weekend about what we did wrong. That there are three things we need to do: look at the numbers, look at the culture, and look at leadership. And we sort of just made an announcement and then assumed that somebody else would be looking after it. And that's not right. This is not politics. If you just say words and hope it happens, that's witchcraft. That's not what we do. We have to make it happen.
Were you trying to stop it in government when you were?
I did as trade secretary with FTAs where there were mobility deals that I didn't think made sense. I certainly tried to stop them. There is a big difference with having a mobility scheme with a country like Switzerland or Australia, where the same numbers of people are moving back and forth. That's easy. When you have a mobility deal with a country that has 1 billion people, then it's quite skewed, especially if you don't have an equal number of people from here wanting to go there. We have to legislate and create policy that is in national interests, not just so we have an announcement for a particular day.
Yes. Will you cap it?
I think there will need to be a cap, but we also need to design a system that means the cap cannot be manipulated. So you won't hear me say, I promise to have a cap and it's going to be this number. It's very easy to create a cap. We saw this with the points migration system that people manipulate. If you have a cap and you have lots of the wrong people coming in, or worse, good people leaving our country, good people leaving our country is great for net migration stats. Migration stats shouldn't just be about the numbers. It should be about who is coming in, who is leaving, why that is happening. Otherwise, we are talking to the letter, but not the spirit, of lowering immigration.
Okay. In your maiden speech, you described yourself as, to all intents and purposes, a first-generation immigrant. I mean, how do you feel being tough on migration now?
I think this is one of the most interesting things that happens when you tackle these tricky subjects. There are people who are constantly trying to police what you're saying. You know, how can you say this? How can you say that? This wouldn't have happened if those rules had been in place if you were in. But my job right now is to make sure that this country stays as great as it is. And that means we have to manage migration. The rules that were in place in 1980 are very don't make sense in 2024. The world is a different place. People have mobile phones now. They have GPS. You are able to have your feet in this country and your head and your heart elsewhere. That doesn't make sense, to have old laws in a new era. We need to keep adapting and updating our migration policy. And I want this country to be great for my children as well. We need to control it. We need to make sure that we are thinking about the next generation, not just who's going to wipe bottoms for us today. That's not good enough.
Okay. Just on Brexit, on the EU Retain Law Act, was on your watch. Your government said you axed 4,000 measures in January last year. Only 800 or a handful, not many went in the end.
Oh, we did axe 4,000, but there was a schedule that had 800 that were being removed in that piece of legislation. Okay. We removed others in other pieces of legislation.
Okay, because critics said you weren't being tough with the blob. I mean, I can't believe that, but they said that.
I'm always tough with the blob.
Okay.
But with one of the things that we need to make sure is that we make promises that we can keep. I think some people were angry that we didn't remove all of the EU regulations, but there are regulations on things like product safety, safety of toys. We don't want to remove those things. It's about keeping what you want and letting go of what you don't want. It's about the purpose of the law, not the provenance of the law. Yep. We have to be sensible when we're doing these things and not just use rhetoric. That's very, very important.
Where are you on taxation? It's at record level since the Second World War. You want to cut it, I'm guessing. What taxes would you get rid of?
This is one of the things I was saying yesterday about we have excessive tax, We have excessive regulation and excessive government interference. But we have to ask ourselves why the tax burden has got so high, and then we can figure out how we lower it. The state is very big. The welfare bill is absolutely astronomical. 2 weeks of the welfare bill is what we spend on justice, courts, probation, etc. So we need to look at how we manage spending and public services, how we grow our economy, and then we can do the tax cuts. If you do them the wrong way around, we run into trouble. I would love to see lower corporation tax. I think there are businesses that are not starting because they think the taxes are too high. We see the businesses that close. We don't see the ones that never start because people think it's too difficult. We need to look at that. I think we need to look at taxes that on things like capital gains and anything that reduces risk. We need to increase the appetite for risk-taking. That is how we produce. That is how we create growth. Taxes that do that, I'm in favor of. But we need to do it carefully and make sure that we are always explaining what the benefit is. I think last, 2 years ago, when we had the mini budget, we cut a tax for high-income earners, but we didn't explain that this would be something that would help even those on low incomes.
Is that your ambition, cutting the 45p tax rate?
I'm not getting into the micro-policy right now. I want the party to help us make these decisions. I don't want to impose my own views on everyone else. I think that's how we got into a lot of this mess, and we mustn't make that mistake again.
So before you get into power, who's the enemy you've got to defeat, Lib Dems or Reform?
Anyone who's not a Conservative has got to be defeated. And for what it's worth, I don't believe that Reform are real Conservatives. They, like the Liberal Democrats, are not serious people. And by that, yes. And by that, I mean the Reform politicians. The Reform voters are our people. I know this because when I was knocking on my C's and P's, my former Tory voters, they were the ones who were going to Reform because they looked at their manifesto and they thought, this is great. But actually, the Reform manifesto did not add up. They want a big state, actually, when you look at some of the things they're talking about. The state would balloon. Reform are not serious, but it is now our job to make sure that we squeeze them out, we push them away from the bit of the political spectrum that belongs to us. They are parking their tanks on our lawn, and we need to get them off.
Okay. And no deal. No deal with them. 98 seats where they're second in the last election.
I am always prepared to work with any other party that wants to help us deliver our agenda. We've worked cross-party many times with Liberal Democrats, with Labour. If Reform wants to work with us to deliver a good agenda, I think that's fine. But
in Parliament or an election?
In Parliament. In an election, no. Because I think that when you are standing for election, you need to be very clear, and people need to be very clear about what they are voting for. There are many Conservatives who will never vote Reform. We need to accept that, just as there are many Conservatives who will never vote Liberal Democrat. We ended up in a coalition with them, and lots of people were angry. We lost a lot of our members because we didn't explain how we were delivering a Conservative agenda. We mustn't do that in an election. At the next election, we have to be the centre-right option. If we split that vote, we are going to be out of power for another 5 years, and Labour will destroy this country.
Would you let Nigel Farage in?
No. I wouldn't let Keir Starmer in either, for what it's worth. So.
Boris Johnson, to be a candidate again?
He's already in the party.
Boris Johnson be a candidate again?
No,
but candidate again?
Yes, but this is one of the things that we need to start changing the way we talk about these things. I want local associations to have more control over who their candidates are. Yeah. If a local association wants to pick any former MP who has not been kicked out of the party, I say, yes, that should happen.
You won't block them?
No. As long as they haven't been kicked out of the party. Yes.
Which Labour policy would you support? Which single policy? Which Labour policy would you support?
Which Labour policy?
None of them, maybe, or one of them.
Well, all I have seen Labour do is bad stuff since they've come in. They've removed VAT on school fees. It's a tax on aspiration. They've scrapped Ofsted reports to be the meaningful bit of Ofsted reports. That's bad for parental choice. It's bad for personal responsibility. They've scrapped the Academic Freedom Act. That's bad for free speech. These are our principles that Labour is trashing. So I haven't heard them say anything that is good. If they want to build some homes, I will help them. But the Angela Rayner that I stand opposite has no clue what she's doing, and we're going to have to pick up the mess she makes.
So you support building more homes. That may convert more Tories at a younger age, the average age being 64, I think it was in the last election, that people become Tory. How do you attract more young people?
We cannot be the party of old people. We have to be a party for everybody. And building homes needs to be, building homes is critical to that. But we have to do them in the right way. Those people who are worried about homes or worried about their property rights or their quality of life being impacted, that means our policies need to be improved. But at the end of the day, we're not going to make new Conservatives if we don't give them an opportunity to have something. We can't be the party of the people who have something and not the party of the people who want to have something. We can do better than that.
On the so-called culture wars, why does the left attack our heritage?
Oh, that's a deep question. That's an essay question. The left, in my view, believe in victim-oppressor narratives. If you want to be charitable to them, you would say that they want to protect people from harm, and so they go after the aggressors. But the difficulty is that they just put people into boxes. They're stereotyping. They are embarrassed about our history because they think that we are oppressors, and they want to be liked. Many people on the left want the prestige and the joy of the civil rights movement, but many of those battles have already been won. And so they're trying to pretend that nothing has happened so that they can be the ones to help minorities. They can be the ones to do gay rights. They can be the ones who are fighting for freedom. But we did all those things. We fought for many of those things. We believe in equality under the law. We should not give this space to the left. We need to make sure that we start from first principles and we emphasize what we are fighting for.
What would you do to support free speech?
We need to look at a lot of the legislation that we have put in. Some of it is very confusing. Hate crime legislation has expanded where we have non-hate crime incidents, which I still don't understand. Those are things that came in under a Conservative government. It happens when we are trying to appease the left and trying to show that we are nice people. We need to do what is right rather than virtue signal or do what we think looks nice. And we have made a big hash of free speech laws. I think that we can bring some clarity to that by starting with what it is we are trying to protect. What we have in this country is amazing. There are places where you can't say anything about the government or you will end up unalive the next day. They will make you unalive. It is really, really special. And a lot of people think that it can't happen here. It probably can't happen here tomorrow. But you look at many of those countries, there was a slippery slope. So making sure we know what we are defending, the rights to be able to say what you mean, not the rights to offend other people. All free speech has boundaries. But we need to make sure that those boundaries are clear and that people are able to express themselves and are not suppressed by any particular ideology, and certainly not by the government, the state, or other authorities.
Your party's had 9 chairs in 5 years, 32 chairs in 30 years. Isn't it time to give them an elected chair who sits in the cabinet or the shadow cabinet?
People may not clap at this time, but I actually don't think that we need to have an elected party chair. I don't think the solution... Oh, thank you. So I have plans for this view. I don't think the solution to everything is more elections. When we have, a Blairite settlement where they've created more and more politicians, we have, a Scottish Parliament, we have a Welsh Parliament, things aren't getting better. We keep creating more politicians, more elections. Let's focus on getting stuff done. Having said that, I do think that there is a problem with party member engagements. I say this as somebody who's been a member of our party for 20 years, and I've been a member of many associations. I still get the emails that are sent from CCHQ constantly asking for money. and clearly written by some people who are not Conservatives, by the way. We've got to fix that. No, it's not the chairman. It's just, well, we won't get into that. But we need to make sure that we are making party membership a real thing. We are a movement. We should be special. We need to give people an offer that is compelling, not just demand £25 a year.
How do you vote in the Brexit referendum in 2016?
Oh, I voted leave.
And how will you defend Brexit at the next election, given it could be a big issue?
Defending Brexit was almost all I did as Trade Secretary over the last 2 years. I got the sense that we stood on the platform of get Brexit done, and as soon as we had left the European Union, people wanted to talk about something else. We have to be focused. Brexit was a long-term plan and not just a process. We need to make sure that we're using all of the opportunities. Signing trade deals was one example. We have a trade deal with the EU, and there are many more. We did a great one, CPTPP. We signed that. We almost lost it, but thankfully, with the help of ministers like Nigel Huddleston, we got it over the line. But there are other things that we need to do within our regulatory system. We now have the freedom to lead where the EU will only follow. So let's use those opportunities. Let's use those freedoms. Let's stop being afraid all the time. We're so afraid to do anything different. We're often, deciding policy based on what everybody else is doing. Let's decide for ourselves what we need to do.
And just some quick policy questions, which we asked to Tom Tugendhat too. ECHR withdrawal, would you approve of that?
If we have to leave the ECHR, then we should. But if we left the ECHR today, we would not do any better at deporting people who are illegal. Other countries who are in the ECHR are able to do so. What is it that they're doing that we are not? It starts with having the right people and the right culture in officialdom. So let's start there. If we need to leave it, then let's do so. But that is not a strategy. It's just one thing. It's not even that radical. There's a lot more that we can do.
Okay. And yes or no, would you restore the winter fuel payment to pensioners?
Certainly to a lot of them, not to the millionaires. Sorry, millionaires.
So you'd means test it like Labour?
They haven't really means tested it. This is crude means testing. Do you get pension credit? Do you not? But the real issue with winter fuel is that we are making energy more expensive. Government makes energy more expensive. So if it's doing that, then it needs to look after those people who don't earn enough or who can't increase their earnings.
Okay. Would you scrap Labour's ban on grammar schools?
I think that we should have a lot of school choice. We don't need to ban grammar schools.
They are banned now.
Yes, they're banned now, but they were also not really done when we were in government as well. It's not where we start. I don't think we should keep looking to the past for solutions. I think grammar schools are great, but there's a lot more that we have done since then. So let's stop looking to the 1950s for solutions and think about what is right for today. Let's not have a ban on any type of school. Let's get more school choice.
Would you abolish the top rate of income tax, what Liz Truss tried to do?
Probably, I think we should lower all rates of tax when the time is right. But we are not in government right now, everybody. No. And I think we're still suffering from governmentitis. Let's wait and see what the world is going to be like in 5 years. I think, sadly, that Labour is going to make everything much worse. And we're going to need to be very careful when we get back into government, and I do think we will. We're going to need to be very careful about what we do to fix the mess that they would have left behind.
And will you reform the BBC licence fee?
Possibly. Depends on what reform means.
Scrap it, a subscription model?
I certainly don't think people should be going to prison for not paying their BBC licence fees, especially when they're elderly. Yes.
And just very quickly, some lighter ones. You're a Yimby, Nimby or banana?
I'm definitely not a banana.
You're definitely you're pro-building.
I'm pro the right buildings in the right places. I've never opposed any planning for any home because I remember what it was like to get my first flat, and every building that goes up, I think that's someone's home. Sometimes we get the organisation around it wrong, but we shouldn't be opposing homes. We're the party of home ownership. We should be creating more homes.
And who do you want to have a drink with, Boris Johnson or David Cameron?
I've never had a drink with either of them.
Yes.
So this is curious. Probably both, to see how they interact with each other.
Yeah. It'll be tricky. Which do you hate more, paper straws or wooden cutlery?
Paper straws, definitely. Paper straws are pointless.
Which of your colleagues make a great Bond villain?
Which?
Of your colleagues who make a great Bond villain?
Oh, who's left?
Okay.
We now have loads of nice colleagues. I can't think of anyone who'd be a good Bond villain. I'll come back to you on that one.
Just finally, are you in favour of a new Royal Yacht Britannia, Kemi Badenoch?
Am I?
A new Royal Yacht Britannia?
I don't know, Chris.
No.
This is your thing. This is your thing.
It's a thing.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
I'm just checking it.
So should I say yes to
Yeah,
make
you
you
say
happy?
yes to me.
Right,
Not
okay.
listen. Okay. Listen, because some questions here from members here submitted earlier in boxes around the hall and also online. As leader, what would be your top 5 priorities and goals if you win?
So, as leader of our party, my immediate priority would be for us to get ready for the May 2025 elections. That's going to be the first test of whether the public are beginning to listen to us again. The next thing that I would want us to do is to start reviewing and looking at what went wrong so that we can start from a fresh place, bringing the party back together to look back at what happened so that we can build for the future. Then we need to renew our thinking. We then need to renew CCHQ because it doesn't work now. Everybody knows it. We need to make sure that we have a campaigning organization that does what it says on the tin. And then we have to make sure that we expose the Labour government for what it is. We were not ready for the election, but Labour was not ready for government. They are going to make a lot of mistakes, and we need to be able to show the people why they are wrong for the country and why we are right.
And Daniel from Barnet asked earlier, how are you different to the other candidates?
Apart from, the obvious stuff, I think... I think that I'm not afraid of what people think. I don't have a reverence for the left or the media that I think many other people do. I think, the media are not a priestly class. They're just people, and they make mistakes. And that means that I'm more concerned about defending our values and principles than what people say to me or what I... And there's a trade-off in that. But I think that our party wants somebody who's going to go out there and champion conservative values, not try and change them or feel a bit embarrassed by them, and not be gimmicky and just saying whatever it is we think people want to hear.
Because the party's much reduced now, so you maybe need to be noisier.
Indeed. I think that we do need to be noisier, but we need to make sure we're not just making noise, that we're actually making sense.
Yeah. Labour's first budget is October the 30th. How would you respond to it if you were leader then?
I'd have to hear it first, and then I would know how to respond to it.
Okay. Did you want to be leader by then? Because that would mean bringing the end of this contest forward.
No, I don't think changing the date of the contest looks good. It looks like we're not serious, we make mistakes, we don't know what we're doing. We set that date for a specific purpose, so let's stick to it. The public are tired of us blowing with the wind, someone saying, oh, don't you want to do the budget? And we say, oh, okay, well, maybe we should change it. This is not serious. We have a leader of the opposition, we have a prime minister who's never been in the Treasury, we have a leader of the opposition who used to be Chancellor, we have a shadow Chancellor who knows that building inside out in terms of the Treasury. We can do this. It's not about who's becoming leader a few days later. It is about us using all of the talents within our party.
William from Edinburgh, he's worried about building. There's NIMBY is block building. Your party relies heavily on people who are NIMBYs because they're property owners, they don't want their view being spoiled. How do you get more building? You're obviously the housing secretary, you're shadow housing secretary at the moment. How do you make it happen? I mean, can you take on these critics of building?
I think that we need to look at who is providing housing. There are three reasons why homes are so expensive people can't afford them, and it feeds into why we're not building enough. So the first is that we are still dealing with the asset bubble crisis from the financial crash. Lots of people put money into property because they were scared of what would happen to it elsewhere. It's inflated house prices. People are hanging on to homes and using them, as a safety net. Then we have an increase in demand from migration. Many more people coming into the country. There's no way we can build for the numbers that are coming in. And that means that a lot of people are resentful about building that is happening when they think that we should be managing the demand. But if we tackle those things, then we can look at supply. We need to deregulate. What's happened to all the small and medium-sized developers? They've disappeared. We have a bit of an oligopoly. We have the big business corporations who are doing a lot of the building. Some of them are good, but we have some, without naming names, as a constituency MP, we have some terrible builders out there, and they are causing problems for local communities and the people who buy their homes. So let's fix that too.
Katie from Sefton says, regardless of who is made the new leader of this party, can you give her the assurance you'll be behind that leader and you'll be working to ensure they are successful?
Yes, 100%. I remember there was a lot of disquiet over the last few years, and even as a cabinet minister, where I had disagreements with the leader, I know that being leader is a very, very tough thing. And I don't like to make that person's life tougher. Even if I'm thinking, why are you doing this? This is not great. I still know that it is more important for us to present a united front. And the same thing happened even with Liz, that as things were, coming tumbling down, I was trying to make sure that, she wasn't brought down. It didn't work out. And the lowest moment in my political career was when I had to resign under Boris's tenure, because I loved Boris. I thought he was great. He was so optimistic. I supported him throughout all of the nonsense about wallpaper. I didn't agree with the way he was being hounded on Partygate. But it was when we were, as ministers, being asked to go out and say things that were not true that I said, actually, do you know what? I'm going to get off at this stop. We need to show the public that there is integrity in our party. We can't always pick ourselves over what the public know to be right. And there are some candidates who talk about their resignations as if it's the best thing they ever did. My resignation was the saddest moment in my political career.
Who are you thinking of?
I think, look who else has resigned. I don't need to name names because, we all know.
VAT on private schools. Anthony from Richmond says, will you commit to removing VAT on private education?
Yes, this is an easy thing. I will remove VAT on private schools if I become Prime Minister. I know a hairdresser whose daughter was in the school that my daughter was at. She's had to take her child out of the school she was going to this September because the 20% is the difference between what she can afford and what she can't afford. That's not right.
No. Parvez from Bedford, he says that every election he can remember is one from the centre ground. How will you ensure you're in that ground? Because you're kind of right of centre too, aren't you? How can you ensure you're in the middle ground to win the election?
Well, it's not. What is the centre ground? If we allow our opponents to occupy a particular place, the centre ground shifts. It's not about the centre ground, it's about the common ground. British people have something... British people have something in common with every single party, but what we want to do is make sure that we are where the majority of people are. That's often common sense, common values, common understanding, not left or right. Let's be there.
Okay. In the same vein, Carlos from Richmond, he asks, in order to make up for the lost ground at the last election, how will you broaden the Tory party's electoral coalition, particularly appeal to the 18 to 35s?
Yes. We need to do something more for younger people. And I had an epiphany about this. I may have told this story to you before. At the Hay Festival, where I spoke on a panel, and these panels, you're the only Conservative there, everybody else is left-wing, and they're booing. It's like question time, basically. Booing at you. And I saw these young people there just sort of, looking quite worried about what I was saying. So I went and spoke to them afterwards, and the more I spoke to them, the more I realized that they were not left-wing. And I asked one of them, why are you saying these things? You clearly don't believe it. And she said to me, because I want to feel like I'm a part of something special. And we've stopped doing that as Conservatives. We need to speak from the heart. We need to give young people a vision and hope. The Green Party has lots of mad policies, and young people are following them every day because they speak in a way that captures them. We can do that too. We are the most successful political party in the world. Let's do that.
And there's no guarantee you keep going. You have to reinvent yourself, or you risk some parties die out.
Exactly. We have always adapted in the face of defeat or crisis, and I believe that the time for a new adaptation has come. It is time for renewal. We need to change our party so that it is fit not just for today, but for the decades to come.
Are you in crisis now?
I think that we are at a crossroads. We are facing a potential crisis. We have 120 MPs. We have a challenge from the right. People don't know what we stand for. We have one chance really to get this right. Otherwise, it'll be another 5 years of Labour. I think that they are making everything worse. We can't give up and let Labour win.
You're the only woman standing to be Tory leader. Jane from Stratford-upon-Avon, she's worried that only a quarter of you and your colleagues are women in the parliamentary party. Is it time to think the unthinkable and introduce female-only shortlists for candidate selection going forward?
No, it is definitely not and never will be time. We are the Conservative Party. We are not the Labour Party. Labour women need help. Conservative women can do it on our own. We've had 3 female prime ministers.
Richard from South London is worried about net zero. You have an engineering background. He calls that very refreshing to see. But why wasn't there a proper discussion in Parliament on the ridiculous drive towards a net zero target? And that's been a result of a runaway virtue signalling, he says. I mean, that target was set by an SI. There's no vote in Parliament on 2050, ever.
No, and this is why we are in the mess that we're in. I spoke in that debate. I was one of only 2 people who was not whooping and cheering about what a great thing we were doing. The other person was a Labour MP, to give him credit. And I asked the question that how are we going to pay for this? That a lot of the school children in my constituency had been writing to me about this. They'll be happy, but how is this going to work? Where's the plan? And the minister who's there waved it away and said, don't worry, a plan will come. He left us for a by-election to go work, I hear, in the green industry. This is what is wrong with the decision-making that is taking place in Westminster now. There are too many people who are doing things thinking about themselves, their vested interests. We've got to break that consensus. Setting a target without a plan doesn't make sense. We do it again and again, and we have to stop it.
So would you scrap the net zero 2050 target if you become the PM?
Well, we need to make sure that the party has a consensus on this. I know that there are many people in the party who want a net zero target. We've already started that transition. I don't want to create uncertainty. A target is neither here nor there, because if you scrap the target, are you still going to be putting legislation in that's going to get there? Is that legislation going to be harmful? Let's start from first principles. What are we trying to achieve? We are Conservatives. Of course we want a better environment. We have been the party of the environment for much longer than anyone else, but we also need to make sure that we do so in a way that doesn't bankrupt our country. There's no point being the first to get to net zero if we're also the first to get bankrupt. Nobody's going to follow us. Let's start with the proper plan.
So you might review it.
Yes, we might review it. I sat in many of the committee meetings where they started discussing plans for net zero. A lot of those things were not serious. Let's get the private sector in. Let's use technology. Let's talk more about nature. But let's also acknowledge that other countries, like India, like China, have a far bigger impact than we do. So we need to be clear that there are second-order effects. If we pursue this strategy, we have to have other benefits rather than just making sure that we have net zero carbon. Let's fix our cities. Let's improve air pollution. Let's fix energy security so we're not reliant on dangerous regimes. And then we can have the best of all worlds.
Okay. Clive from Harrow, he's concerned about morality votes. Where do you sit on these important votes on assisted suicide, abortion, freedom of speech?
I don't think we should change the laws on abortion. I've seen what's happened in the US. A lot of morality votes end up just being turf wars between right and left and not making life better for anyone. I think we have sensible laws in this country, so let's leave the laws on abortion where they are.
And suicide?
On assisted suicide, personally, I am sympathetic to assisted suicide, but I know how government works. I have seen it from the inside. I do not trust any government or civil service to be able to deliver this.
And freedom of speech, I mean, I'm sure you've made clear.
Yes, I think it's great. Freedom of
I think
speech
it's
is great.
great, yeah. On Brexit, all 4 of the candidates voted for Theresa May's disastrous, in quotes from Gordon, Brexit
So
deal.
these are Gordon's words, not
Gordon's
yours,
not
Chris.
mine. Gordon's words. Why? Do you want to apologise for that? You nearly ruined it, didn't you?
No, I don't think so. And the Brexit deal that we ended up with was not that far off Theresa May's deal. Let's be careful and not confuse the rhetoric in the press and on social media with what's actually happening. But also, the reason why I voted for that deal was because we were in a hung parliament. We didn't have a majority. It's very easy to say, well, don't vote for this and don't vote for that, when you look at who is taking power. I will always make sure that I vote in a way that does not give the left more power. At that point, Theresa May was being undermined. I was supporting the Prime Minister because I didn't want to see Jeremy Corbyn becoming Prime Minister in Parliament.
Mark from Norwich asked about international aid. The party's policy is to get to 0.7% from 0.5% at some point, but that's borrowed money because we're borrowing so much money anyway. Why do it? I mean, will you ditch it?
I have the same view on hypothecated taxes like aid as I do on targets for net zero. Setting a target before working out what you want to do or why doesn't make sense. Maybe we need to spend more, maybe we need to spend less, but keeping a pot of money like that meant, as I saw, that often we were creating schemes just so that we could get the money out the door. That's not a Conservative way of doing things. We need to make sure that we are doing all we can to help those countries that do need help.
You might drop it?
Yes. Well, let's see. I want to know what we're spending the money on first, and I want to know what Labour's going to be doing with that money. I'd be quite worried about that too.
Foreign Affairs. William from Scotland he's concerned about Ukraine. He thinks the costs aren't worth it. He's worried young people could be drafted to fight in a war which we have little interest in. Where are you on the Ukraine war?
I am fully behind Ukraine. I believe that we have a coalition of authoritarian states that are collaborating to undermine the West. Russia, Iran, for example, and other countries are helping us fight those battles. Ukraine, Israel, we need to make sure that we are as supportive of them as possible. If those countries fail, we are going to be the ones next on the front line.
And the big debate is about UK-made Storm Shadow missiles. They should be fired into Russia. It might provoke Putin.
I am personally supportive of that, but I recognize that this is a very challenging question for people who believe that it is an escalation. But we need to make sure that we have a proper strategy. We need to make sure we're not doing this on our own, that we bring our allies along. What happens in the US elections will have a big impact on that. But we also need to look at what we are spending on defense, because that's going to make a difference to Ukraine. I would like us to be in a situation where we can spend more, not unbalanced defense spending cuts. As you said, that's boring. But during the Cold War, when we weren't actually fighting, we were spending 4%. We cannot afford to do that right now, and I think the world is becoming colder than it was then.
So 3%, where would you go to?
If we can get to 3%, yes, let's do so. I think maybe somewhere around 2.8% in time, but we need to grow our economy. Otherwise, all of these conversations about defense spending are pie in the sky.
On the Middle East, Peter from Surrey says, what should your party's position be on the war there, on Israel against Hamas and Hezbollah? What's your position?
My position has always been very clear. Israel has a right to defend itself. The UK is an ally of Israel. I stand with Israel. We cannot stand with Hezbollah. We cannot stand with Hamas. We know who the bad guys are. Islamist terrorism is something that should never, ever be appeased. It is extremely dangerous. Israel is at the front line. It is surrounded by a lot of enemies. I think that what they are doing is extraordinary. People said that getting the leader of Hezbollah couldn't be done. People ask Israel to do things like be more targeted so you don't harm civilians. They did that amazing thing with the pagers, and when they did that, they were criticized for it. They're always criticized, so I'm very sympathetic to the Israeli argument. But we mustn't forget the Palestinian people who are not Hamas. They are unfortunately caught in the middle of this terrible war. I think we should do all that we can to help them. I sympathize with them. But I think if Israel can get rid of Hamas, that's also going to be fantastic for the Palestinian people.
And there's nothing you would criticise Israel for since its response after those attacks by Hamas?
There are always things that you would not like any country to do. I mean, there are things that I didn't like the UK doing, and I was in the government. So, you know, of course there are things that I think Israel could be doing better. I think, you know, after this war, or, you know, at a more quiet time, looking at settlements, for example, for those people who are just born into this situation, it's very difficult. I'm not an expert on the issue on settlements, but I do think that there's more that can be done there. So I am not an unthinking, you know, supporter of Israel, but I know right from wrong. Israel has a lot of moral clarity on this issue, and we need to make sure that we are also clear about who the good guys are and who the bad guys are. Hezbollah and Hamas are the bad guys.
Chloe from Brentworth asked about China. Do you view it as a threat, as this government does? What's your policy on China if you become leader, and how would you deal with the infiltration and penetration of the Chinese Communist Party in our country?
I think that the amount of infiltration, spying that has taken place is a sign that we cannot be complacent about China. I have shied away from calling China a threat, because I think that if you escalate in language, then you need to be ready to escalate in action. I have tried to do other things as Trade Secretary, supporting Taiwan and making sure that we are giving those people who are our allies our support. But we are very complacent about certainly the economic threat that China is putting on the whole world. When I would go to WTO meetings, everybody was worried about China. Japan was worried about China. India, the USA, Brazil, all of the EU, us. We are not alone in this. What we need to make sure is that we have a resilient economy, that it is not economically coerced by bigger countries. That means being very focused about what we do well, making sure that we are able to manufacture if we are ever in a dangerous position, increasing food security, increasing supply chains. That is how we deal with the threat that is coming from China.
How do you make that happen? I mean, it's costly, isn't it, what you're describing there?
It is very costly. We need to, as with anything that needs paying, you need to decide what your trade-off is. There is no cost-free solution. Everything is going to have a price. You look at steel, for instance. We have net zero. Yep. We've legislated for it. Every country is saying, every party is saying, let's have net zero. It's a goal for all of the EU. Net zero empowers China. Now, it might be that that is a decision that we want to make. Maybe we want to have electric arc furnaces. So the compromise there is we keep steel, we have electric arc furnaces. It's a bit more expensive. Well, we're regenerating Port Talbot. That's one of the good things that we did. We also need to make sure that we keep virgin steel here and, as much as possible, show that we are resilient. That is something.
Are we? I mean, Port Talbot's closing.
Well, Port Talbot is closing under Labour. We had a solution, and they have gone in, and they're messing everything up. We're going to have to figure out a way to fix that. What's happening with British Steel in Scunthorpe, for example, and some of the smaller steel companies. But that's an example of the sort of thing where there are hard decisions to be made. There's no easy answer. So let's make sure that we are clear on what we think the right way is. Let's paint a vision of what the country can look like, how we're going to get through all of these new challenges, geopolitical, technological, aging society. There's so many things that are getting worse and worse, and we are still talking as if we're just a country that's got so much money and we don't need to worry about anything. We need to start getting serious.
Just finally, what's your prescription for the NHS? How would you make it work better?
The NHS needs reform. I think it is a 20th century institution that is not working in the 21st century because it was built at a time when the bulk of the population was young and working. Now we have a population that is increasingly aging and very complex, very diverse. We have lots more issues around special needs, for example, and we need to start from the basics on what kind of NHS we want. I think that the principle of free at the point of use is actually something special in this country, and we should keep it. But that doesn't mean that we can't have choice in provision. There are other ways of delivering this. I don't have all the answers on the NHS, but I do know that treating the NHS as a religion rather than a national service is not going to help us deliver the health service that we really want.
And just finally, there's a couple of...
Finally for the previous
This
one.
really is fun. The couple of ones here. Jay from Sutton, he's running a campaign for a better deal for British pubs. Would you create fairer taxes for pubs and strengthen protections? And he wants to challenge you to a downing contest.
Right. I will lose the downing contest. So let's start from there. But I did quite a lot of this when I was in the Treasury as Exchequer Secretary, and we looked at the tax regime across alcohol. This is one of the things that I think is so difficult for businesses. We've got to save the British pubs. You know, this endless onslaught on things that are treasures to most people is too much. Let's do everything we can to save those things that are great about our society. And we all know that pubs are one of the greatest things that this country has.
Okay. And very, very finally, S. Mitchell wants to test your DIY skills. Can you mow the lawn in a straight line?
No. It's a simple question.
Kemi Badenoch, thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
That's all. Right, before you go, same time tomorrow, we need more questions. Get the cards on the way out, fill them in, put them in the ballot boxes, go online, give us your best questions. For tomorrow, Robert Jenrick, and finally, James Cleverly. But for now, thank you.